effort bring progress and development. To our SDS, Dr. Reynaldo M. Guillena, CESO 5, to the two ASTSs, Dr. Jinky Bliferman, CESO 6, and Marilyn Didoyo, CESE, to the SBM Coordinator of the Division of Davao City, Education Supervisor, Dr. Maria Luztan, and to our Public School District Supervisor, Dr. Adeline Aigo, to the Calinan District SBM Consultant, Ma'am Cheryl M. Lagam, and to the SBM Coordinator, Ma'am Lina L. Lipon, to the school heads of Calinan District, teachers, speakers, and viewers. My greetings of peace and safety during these times of pandemic. Our event today circulates on a certain theme. The theme is SBM, Religious Literacy through Resilience and Continuous Improvement. To begin, let us all have our prefatories. All of them are in AVPs.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, kaya nagsilanganan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisitil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bangaw, ay ginagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay ka naghihingi, ang bituin at karoon niya kailan ang may di maghihingi. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya ng pagkay mag-aamit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Haminog ka sa manaman migtopul to langit, woy migtumpi to tanok kasublan maroson no kunog kailingan, kamig balin tutuan noy, no sob-sob to kanamin gaynawa, woy migpunan to kanamin umul tumolo na anon na, no migpogpono sa init ampaw to ingod, sa ini kay kunto manaman amoy no ritibulsan to langit og sampit to maroson nun ngaran na, dumat to kay kon mo panisingan na, kakalayag tahon liyag, karanga, panayangan na, pamulingan, mandalingan, woy, tumo dumapad, sublapad erit harikala, namigbohayan nuto, katongoda, tapog nongnong, tapog pataha, payog patanod-tanod, kanami, tamatolos nun tularo, no nakabaglit, get ampot kawayhana, oyaw kaasolom, duok upianan na, woy, katubungan na, magbabayo, sa ini kako din tugtubaron na, igbohoy kuro, di ko'y kawa, ka magbabayon maminturan, manama no olog nagdayrayon.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل الأمات والنصارى والمسلمين في الفلبين وسلط مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في وطننا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين اللهم ارفع عنا البلاء والوباء والزلازل وسيء الأسقام وما ظهر منها وما بطن خاصة كوفيد-19 المنتشرة في العالم يا رب العالمين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم آمين يا رب العالمين.
Almighty Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we adore and worship your holy name, our healer, baptizer, Savior, and coming King. We stand in awe to your every creation in land, seas, and air. We humble ourselves, asking for forgiveness for our trespasses. Purify us, cleanse us, make us worthy to call upon you. We thank you, God, for the salvation you freely gave through Jesus. Today we call unto you to bless us and be a blessing to others. Empower our leaders, our teachers, give courage to the parents and inspiration to the young ones. May we always celebrate life and love. May we always acknowledge that without you, we are nothing. This we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow charity. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is error, the truth. Where there is doubt, the faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we received. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. And it is in dying to ourselves that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
Region, Pinanggang Yuta, may bukid Apo nga labing taas. Haring Agila, nasudnong langgam, waling-waling hara sa kabulakan. May ulawan, haring durian, lubi ug saging, ugas lamian, yutang tabunog, daghan ug nindog, nga kapanginabuhian. Ang naglangkob mga probinsya, mga nagbayang nakahiusa, may gituhan nga Dios, tapang de oro, tapang oriental, del norte occidental del sur, ciudad sa Davao, Panabotagong, sa Island, Matiudigos, Davao Region, Gipanaligdan, mga bahanding kinaiyan, yutang gitdal sa Davaoenyo, magubing mga tao. Garbo sa tanan ng Davao Region, ang yutang nagitanggal.
Aspiration, the top-notch region in developing and nurturing 21st century learners through inclusive education. Quality policy. We are committed to serve our learners, teachers, school heads, and stakeholders by providing contextualized learning materials, competent school heads and education supervisors, relevant regulatory services and local policies, and responsive education support services. These are delivered by responsible, competent, and innovative employees, supported by technologically driven processes and keeping an environment of continual improvement. We are also committed to comply with the existing laws, rules, and regulations issued by Civil Service Commission and other oversight agencies, and to operate under an enabling accountability, God-fearing leadership with ethical and transparent governance. Core values: empowerment, adaptability, goal-oriented, leadership, and excellence.
To welcome us all to this event, let us have our District SBM consultant, the Principal 2 of the Tenancy Villaferta Senior Elementary School, Ma'am Cheryl M. Lagang.
To our school's Division Superintendent, Dr. Reynaldo M. Galiana, our 2 ASDSS, Dr. Jinky Furman and Ma'am Marilyn Biduyo, Division SBM Focal Person, Dr. Maria Luz Tan of SGOD, our very own Public Schools District Supervisor, Dr. Adeline I. Go, our District SBM Coordinator, Mrs. Lina L. Liton, School Coordinators, Technical Working Group of this activity, our dear stakeholders, especially to our barangay captains from the constituent barangays of Calinan District, Barangay Kagawad, parents, and more importantly to our dear learners of the 16 schools of Calinan District, ladies and gentlemen, good day to all of us. It is my great honor to welcome you all to this Calinan District 2nd Virtual SBM Convergence with the theme, SBM Bridges Literacy Through Resilience and Continuous Improvement. This activity is anchored in the premise that school-based management encompasses all the operations of the school, whatever, whenever, and however the situation will be. The pandemic will not give us a reason to limit our opportunity to showcase our school's practices in a different settings and orientations. Now, it is indeed a great pleasure seeing all of us in the assembly showcasing our school's best practices amidst this pandemic. In spite of what we experienced nowadays, let us always remember that our limitation is only our imagination. The presentation that we are about to witness reminded us once again that we can do our best to achieve our dreams through partnership and collaboration. That makes sense of this year's theme, SBM Bridges Literacy Through Resilience and Continuous Improvement. Once again, welcome to the 2nd District SBM Convergence for school year 2021-2022. Isulong natin ang edukasyong Pilipino, isulong natin ang edukalidad. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
To present the participants of this convergence, let's welcome our District Coordinator in SBM, Ma'am Lina L. Liton, Master Teacher 1.
Good day, everyone. Presenting to you the participants to this 2nd Virtual SBM Convergence. The 16 schools in Calinan District, headed by the school principals or school heads together with their SBM task force. Starting from the Calinan Central Elementary School, headed by Dr. Elizabeth G. Ayag, Principal 3. Kawayan Elementary School with Ma'am Marivic E. Tongko, School in Charge. Dalagdag Elementary School, headed by Marlon T. Galima, School in Charge. Joaquin Elementary School, with Dr. Lucy G. Urquiza, Principal 3. Lampianao Elementary School, with Jelito Q. Caminse, School in Charge. Lorenzo Elementary School, with Ma'am Gaudiosa A. Tubo, Head Teacher 3. Lieutenant Cipriano Villafuerte Senior Elementary School, headed by Ma'am Cheryl M. Lagang, Principal 2. Pangyan Elementary School, with Ma'am Cecilia N. Pore, Principal 1. Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School, with Ma'am Marilyn B. Olazo, Head Teacher 3. Quirino Elementary School, with Ma'am Lorna A. Bustamante, Head Teacher 3. Riverside Elementary School, with Sir Melvin B. Gozo, Principal 1. Sirib Elementary School, with Ma'am Nelita M. Sariliana, Principal 1. Subasta Elementary School, headed by Dr. Sulpicio B. Suico Jr., Principal 3. Tamayong Elementary School, with Dr. Mercy P. Barsales, Principal 1. Upper Sirib Elementary School, with Sir Agustin B. Huyad, Principal 1. Wangan Elementary School, headed by Ma'am Romela A. Hikyal, Principal 1. And all the teachers in Calinan District, thank you and God bless.
School-based management, or SBM, pictures all the activities in a school. This paints the collaborative and cooperative effort exerted by all the stakeholders for the improvement of education, especially in this time of pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome 3 best practices in SBM from Lieutenant Villafuerte Senior Elementary School, Tamayong Elementary School, and Lampianao Elementary School. Let us welcome these groups with virtual claps.
Lieutenant Cipriano Villafuerte Senior Elementary School, located at Dato Abeng Street, Calinan, Davao City, has an expanse of 60,882 square meters, making it the biggest school in Calinan District in terms of land area. At present, LCV SES registered a total enrollment of 1,804 pupils under modular print distance learning delivery modality. These pupils are managed by 60 dedicated and well-rounded teachers with the supervision of Mrs. Cheryl M. Lagang, Principal 2. For 3 consecutive years, LCV SES recorded a high level of promotion rate. However, the data also shows that there were students who were not able to meet the expectations. Looking closer on the quality of students' performance, the school's proficiency level in school year 2018-2019 and 2019-2020 falls below DepEd's target of 75%. However, at the start of the first quarter of school year 2020-2021, the proficiency level of LCV SES is at 81.46%. That's a gain of 5.63% against DepEd's target.
With the shift from face-to-face learning to modular print distance learning modality, let us see how LCV SES has managed to maintain, if not improve, the proficiency level of students and help the students who are at risk of failing.
It is really challenging for me as a teacher during this time on how to address the needs of students, especially when we have limited means of communication. Unlike before, wherein I could immediately give feedback on their performance.
According to Abigail Adams, Learning is not attained by chance. It must be sought for with ardor and attended to with diligence. That's why LCVSES crafted a mechanism to track and provide timely and targeted intervention to students in this time of pandemic. Watch Out PL, our school's intervention to catch struggling learners.
Watch Out PL is a school-initiated program which follows the following processes: needs assessment, planning, implementation of intervention, and evaluation.
In the needs assessment, the teacher checked the work of the students and recorded their scores in order to determine the level of mastery of the pupils in a particular lesson. Students who were not able to get passing scores in the activity were noted by the teacher. Students who needed intervention were encoded in the individual learning monitoring plan. In the planning stage, the teacher writes her observation regarding the performance of a particular pupil. Based on this, she then decides a plan of action in order to immediately address the gap. Once a clear view of the problem was established and a plan of action was determined, the teacher then developed teacher-made resources or adapted and utilized learning resources from DepEd or reliable online sources which could be used as intervention material fitted to the needs and level of capability of that particular student.
I am very thankful since the Department of Education introduced us to trainings on different computer programs, which enable us to develop varied learning materials. I could also download learning materials from DepEd TV, LRMDS, DepEd Commons, or the locally developed materials in the division, like the radio-based instruction, depending on the needs and available devices of the students who will be undergoing intervention.
The crafted or selected learning material then underwent a quality check by the master teacher using the rapid assessment tool adapted by the school.
The use of this rapid assessment tool ensures that the learning resources that we give to the learners addresses the specific needs of that particular student and that they are free from errors and conform to cultural and ethical considerations.
Once the credibility of the material was set, the teacher then reached out to the parents through different platforms in order to discuss the learning plan for the learner, emphasizing on the expected target for a particular time duration. The teacher stressed on the role of parents on this stage of implementation. Learning resources used by the teacher ranged from printed activity sheets to electronic educational materials, which the teacher posted in the class's group chat or the grade level FB group. These activities were answered by the students under close monitoring by the teacher in coordination with the parents. Once the learner accomplished the activities, the teacher then evaluates the progress of the learner by determining whether the learner had significant or insignificant progress. This would give feedback to the teacher whether the pupil had mastered the competency or whether additional activities were necessary. All of the observations of the teachers and the achievement of the pupil were noted in the ILMP.
With the established process on the tracking, as a teacher, it gives me confidence that the intervention I gave them is suited to their needs. The guidance of our master teacher and our school principal assures me that I am going in the right direction in helping my students learn the lesson.
The effort of the teachers and the implementation of the program contributed to the attainment of 99.57% promotion rate for school year 2020-2021, an increase of 6.93% in the school's proficiency level in the fourth quarter of school year 2020-2021 as compared to the first quarter was also noted.
What we are experiencing this time is a far cry from all the challenges that we have faced in our pursuit of quality education for our learners. But with a clear direction on where we are headed and a well-defined goal, LCVSES is confident that we would be able to provide the kind of education due to our students to the best of our capability.
Since 1948, Tamayong Elementary School has been true to its mandate of delivering basic quality education, the threshold of creating lifelong opportunities to the children of Barangay Tamayong. The school is situated at Purok 3, Barangay Tamayong, with a total land area of 6,722 square meters, donated by Datu Ayong. Diversity in culture, religious beliefs, and principles becomes the invincible force that unifies the whole school community. Dr. Mercy P. Barsales, Principal, together with the 22 competitive and service-oriented teachers, ensure the implementation of all instructional services to better support the 700 students in achieving learning goals and educational expectations. Through the years, the school has created a strong foundation for the growth of literacy, but fear, doubt, and anxiety narrow the path of providing excellent service as the school faces the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. The school year 2020-2021 pretest of the early grades reading assessment shows that there is a huge gap from the 2019-2020 post-test result in all areas, which concerns the school and its stakeholders and regards this as very high priority. As the school adheres to DepEd Order No. 12, Series 2020, the adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan in the light of the COVID-19 public health emergency and its goal that education must continue, Tamayong Elementary School strengthens its ties with its stakeholders, for they play an integral part in addressing these gaps. During the crafting of the annual implementation plan and the school BELCP, the school presented its program, Spiral Progression in Reading Adheres Learning, that aims to increase the level of the grades 1, 2, and 3 learners in all areas of the early grades reading assessment. In the spiral progression approach, when a student masters the initial skill, he spirals upward as new knowledge is introduced in the next concept, enabling him to reinforce or strengthen what is already learned. As the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. Tamayong Elementary School and its partners work hand in hand to fulfill the shared vision. It truly manifested during the implementation of the different activities anchored in the Spiral program. Gift of Knowledge of the Children's Joy Foundation Incorporated, Reading Tutorial of Fairhaven Children's Development, and Learner Support Aids of the Josefa Segovia Foundation. Collaboration and unity paid off as the post-test result of all domains of the early grades reading assessment has improved by miles. The success of the shared vision is as rewarding as it is for the spirit of bayanihan once again rekindled in the hearts of everyone. And as Tamayang Elementary School continues to gear with the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, it moves forward and rises above and beyond.
Lampinao Elementary School is one of the 16 schools in Calinan District. It is located at Barangay Lampinao, Calinan, Davao City, 13 kilometers away from Calinan Poblacion. It has a total land area of 20,000 square meters more or less and approximately 500 meters away from Lampinao Barangay Hall. The school has 3 buildings with 7 classrooms. There are 6 teachers. 2 of them are handling multi-grade classes. Although Lampinao Elementary School has few numbers of enrollees, it is still committed to serve best the schooling children of Barangay Lampinao. Lampinao Elementary School proudly presents our school-based management best practices. Lampinao Elementary School is guided by the Republic Act 9155, or otherwise known as the Governance of Basic Education of 2001, which promotes shared governance of schools through the school-based management. Principle 1. Leadership and Governance. A network of leadership and governance guides the education system to achieve its shared vision, mission, and goals, making them responsive and relevant to the context of diverse environments. Principle 2. Curriculum and Instruction. The curriculum learning systems anchored on the community and learners' context and aspirations are collaboratively developed and continuously improved. Lampinao Elementary School had launched the LUMP, or the Learning to Read Can Be Acquired, through mentoring program to address the reading gap.
The Filipino is proud of his family.
Principle 3. Accountability and continuous improvement. A clear, transparent, inclusive, and responsive accountability system is in place, collaboratively developed by the school community, which monitors performance and acts appropriately on gaps and gains. Principle 4. Management of resources. Resources are collaboratively and judiciously mobilized and managed with transparency, effectiveness, and efficiency. Lampinao Elementary School will continue to give every child the best care and quality education they deserve.
Stakeholders are part and parcel of SBM. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear a message coming from a very active and cooperative stakeholder of the Civil Senior Elementary School and Calinan Central Elementary School. It is so happened that this person is also the punong barangay of Calinan Poblacion. And now, let's give our welcome applause to Honorable Arcisio M. Unga.
Ngayong hapon kanatuntanan, ang opisina sa Barangay Council sa Calinan nag-congratulate sa tanan nga misalmot niining School-Based Management District Summit. Bisan tuod sa atong sitwasyon karon, ikalipay namo nga kamo tanang magtutudlo nagapadayon sa inyong pagserbisyo pinaagi sa pagmugna o mga kalihukan kapakapanindot o magpaaswag sa dagan sa inyong pagpanudlo. Kami magpadayon sa among pagsuporta sa tanang kalihukan alang sa kayuhan o kalambuan sa atong eskwelahan o mga kabataan. Daghang salamat o mapabilin kitang luwas kanunay.
Thank you very much, sir, for that message of cooperation. At this point, we will give you the Certificate of Recognition. Let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 11, Division of Davao City, Calinan District, awards this Certificate of Recognition to Honorable Arcisio Unga in grateful acknowledgement for sharing his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest speaker during the second Calinan District School-Based Management Convergence with the theme SBM Bridges Literacy through Resilience and Continuous Improvement, held on October 26, 2021 at Calinan, Davao City. Given this 26th day of October 2021 at Calinan District, Calinan, Davao City, Philippines. Duly signed by Lina L. Liton, SBM District Coordinator, Cheryl M. Lagang, SBM District Consultant, and Dr. Adeline Aigo, District Supervisor. Congratulations! To attain progress, continuous improvement is very important. To present their continuous improvement projects, let us have our virtual clubs for Calinan Central Elementary School, Kawayan Elementary School, and Joaquin Elementary School.
Continuous Improvement Project of Calinan Central Elementary School, entitled OSOS, version 2.0, our System of Success in Enrollment Process. With the leadership of our school principal, Dr. Elizabeth G. Ayag. With the core angels, yours truly, Carl John Hayes TQ Mbaan, team leader, Rusdale Barsales, scribe, Lizette Q. Condeza, documentation, Julie Ann Garol, Communication, Marites Manunog, Process Observer. For the past years, Calinan Central Elementary School has been experiencing a decline in the enrollment rate. This became a major problem of the school. It cannot go in line with the program of DepEd, which is No Child Left Behind. One of the programs of Calinan Central Elementary School included in the school improvement plan is the Every Child Counts, which addresses the unsustainability of the enrollment rate. This is where OSO's one-stop, one-shop enrollment process comes in. It is a mechanism that puzzles out the problem on the declining rate of the school's enrollment. With its fast, easy, and convenient way, it will satisfy parents, thus can lead to a higher enrollment rate. By the end of the enrollment period of the school year 2021-2022, the program aims to increase the enrollment to 2% through an easy and fast way. Before the implementation of the said program, there was an unorganized enrollment process wherein parents have the difficulty where to go when they enter the school. Some of them get lost and don't know what building to go to. The process of OSOS starts with the information dissemination to parents about the enrollment process. Second, orientation of parents followed by filling out of enrollment form. Then, parents will approach the concerned teacher, and lastly, parents will submit the required documents. The original CI project was not implemented because of the pandemic. The original implementation needs a face-to-face contact, but because of the predicament that we are in right now, an adaptive and resilient version was made with the leadership of the school principal, Elizabeth G. Ayag, PhD, and the Continuous Improvement Project team. Instead of OSO's one-stop, one-shop enrollment process, it is now new OSO's version 2.0, our System of Success enrollment process. It gave way and adapted to the new normal modality caused by the pandemic. Instead of having face-to-face enrollment, it was done in various ways that still follows the IATF's health protocols. OSO's version 2.0 was then implemented through the DepEd's program Oplan Balik Eskwela. To cope up with the predicament given by COVID-19, the following platforms of enrollment were introduced. First, online enrollment. This platform was used through internet. Those parents that can be contacted via internet were messaged by the teachers through Facebook Messenger. Second, itawag text i-enroll ko. In this platform, teachers contacted their students' parents to confirm enrollment for their next grade level. Teachers asked information from the parents needed for the enrollment form. Number 3, purok ko, i-enroll ko. This mechanism partners with Calinan Barangay Council in encouraging parents to enroll their children. Purok leaders conducted house visitations to their members and handed out enrollment forms. The handed enrollment forms will be filled out by the parents and be placed in the labeled boxes in the school gate.
Mayroong hapon sa tanan. Kami sa Barangay Council sa Calinan nakasuporta sa continuous improvement project sa Calinan Central Elementary School. Kung diin ang tuyo mo ang pagpadaghan sa enrollment sa mga upunahan, pinagi sa tabang sa atong mga purok leaders. Hashtag purok mo, i-enroll ko. Basta sa Calinan Central, kami magtinabagay. Kaya salamat kung may hapon sa tanan.
Number 4, one-stop, one-drop enrollment process. Labeled boxes indicating kinder to grade 6 were placed at the entrance area or gate of the school where parents will just drop the enrollment form according to the grade level of their kids. There's no hassle to get inside the school. They will just stop and drop to enroll.
Ganahan kayo po sa one-stop drop enrollment process sa Calinan Central. Mas mapadali ang pagpasa sa enrollment form at mas safety po para sa MOAB. Padayon ta, magpinabangay ta.
Intensive follow-up, incentive motivation. Technical assistance was given by the school principal, like giving a printer to each grade level. The CI team made a weekly follow-up on the percentage of enrollment and motivate the advisors for a 100% enrollment through incentive awards.
Thank you so much, Calinan Central Elementary School, especially sa Continuous Improvement Project Team, sa simple incentive na inyong gihatag sa among mga teachers. Hashtag Intensive Follow-Up Incentive Motivation.
This is now our graph. The school head and the teachers work positively in dealing with this new normal way of enrollment. The adaptiveness and resourcefulness of the teachers were exhibited because of the aforementioned project. On the other hand, the parents responded to this new way with a happy heart, even though they are still in the adjustment period of the said new process. In the same way, the pupils were still excited and have the eagerness to enroll despite of not seeing their teachers face to face. The project also strengthened the community linkage partnership of the school with the Barangay Calinan because of the Purok Ko, I-enroll Ko mechanism. The project has affected not just the school but also the community itself. It shows that with a strong partnership with the stakeholders, no child will be left behind. Every child counts, no one left behind. In Calinan Central, we make ways.
Kawayan Elementary School is a rural school of 286 students located approximately 8 kilometers away from Calinan Poblacion. Our school has 8 classroom teachers, 1 academic teacher plus 1 school head with a total of 10 teaching personnel. Our school wishes to strengthen our community of learners to maximize the participation of all stakeholders, students, families, and the wider community, and promote our school as a center of opportunity and inclusion. Parent satisfaction surveys consistently rank our school above state levels. Thus, one of the parents concerned is the immediate release of requested school Form 10. Through this, the Kawayan Elementary School CI team come up with a CI project entitled Procedures in the Immediate Release of SF10, or the Learner's Permanent Academic Record. Learner School Form 10 is a permanent academic record for elementary. It is a permanent school learner record showing the historical and academic and co-curricular record of a learner. It is an important document when a learner seeks to transfer to another school or an individual needs a supporting document for securing other legal documents such as a birth certificate. Pursuant to the PED Order No. 54 Series of 2016 aims to ensure the smooth and efficient requesting and releasing of learners' school records without inconveniencing the learners and the parents. However, Kawayan Elementary School has no systematic mechanism in terms of releasing the requested school Form 10. Parents experience inconvenience in terms of claiming the requested forms since they have to come back 2 to 3 days after the requests have been submitted. As we look into this problem, we found out that there is a lack of available personnel to cater the immediate releasing of the SF10. Parents also lack information about securing a documentary stamp to be submitted along their request form. There is also unavailability of a soft copy of the SF10 for its immediate reproduction. This problem was raised by a number of parents who experienced such delays. This is the reason why the CI team was moved to undertake this study in order to create positive solutions in accord with a definite scheme in facilitating the process of releasing the said form. The CI project objective. By the end of the 2 consecutive school year 2019-2021, 100% of the parents of Kawayan Elementary School shall have experienced the systematic way in requesting and releasing of Form 137. The CI team generated issues and concerns from the parents of Kawayan Elementary School by asking this question: what are the problems you had encountered, especially in requesting and releasing of Form 137? The team managed series of surveys prior to the crafting and implementing of the said project. We conducted in-depth interview and focus group discussion and conducted survey to parents. As we thoroughly studied the cause of the problem, we found out that the parents have no enough knowledge about the proper protocol in requesting of the Form 137, in which the documentary stamp is one of the needed documents in requesting the form. Another problem is that the parents have no proper orientation on how to file the request form. Next, unorganized Form 137 since the school did not oblige the teacher to produce the form in 2 copies and also no soft copy were submitted. Some of the resources needed in reproducing the Form 137 were not readily available, like documentary stamp, toner for photocopier, bond paper, and dry seal. The results showed that 6 or 30% of the parents answered yes for promptness in releasing the SF10 while 14 or 70% answered no. In accuracy, out of 20 parents, 19 or 95% of them answered yes while only 1 or 5% answered no. The SIPOC and STEP process as well as the current state flowchart of the project shows that the process in requesting and releasing of the SF10. This will guide the guidance coordinator as well as the parents on what to do in requesting and processing the form of the child in order to avoid delays on the release of their request. The development flowchart is the flow of the activities during the implementation of the project, but we must also expect some problems that may arise, and these are represented by storm clouds. Based on the gathered data, the results exhibit that there is a problem in promptness of releasing documents since 18 out of 20 respondents or 90% answered no. As to questions asked regarding promptness, on accuracy, 20 out of 20 respondents or 100% answered yes as to having received a correct and complete SF10 or Form 137. SF10 or Form 137 released from Kawayan Elementary School are accurate. However, promptness still needs to be worked on. Therefore, the team came up with this project. Procedures in the immediate release of SF10 or the learner's permanent academic record. In the YY diagram, we deeply analyzed and identified the root cause of the problem in order to come up with the most effective solution of the problem as stated in the future state flowchart. The steps implemented were: Number 1. The guidance coordinator gathers the soft copy of all the Form 137 of the children by grade level from the teacher advisor. Number 2. The guidance coordinator double-check the entry of the soft copy of the Form 137 by comparing it to the hard copy. Number 3. Provision of an accurate and correct copy of the children's Form 137 for immediate releasing. Number 4. The school's guidance coordinator gathers and organizes the Form 137 of all the pupils by grade level in a systematic way. Number 5. Inform the parents on the proper documents to be submitted in requesting the Form 137 of the child. Number 6. Inform also the parents to submit the request form directly to the school principal's office. Number 7. The parents will provide accurate and valid request form from the current school of the child. All the request form received by the school must be processed within the day. 100% of the parents of Kawayan Elementary School shall have experienced the systematic way in requesting and releasing of Form 137.
Maayong adlaw mga ma'am and sir, ako di ay sa Melanie Alampayan, the usa sa mga ginikanan sa eskwelahan sa Kawayan, ako nga pasalamaton kaayo nga na-implement ang project sa CI tungod sa hapsay na pag-release sa Form 137. Kaya aduna may ginasunod na process kung kami gi-orient daan through messenger and text na kung unsa among buhaton kung kami mag-request of form. Sumurag, dili na kayo hassle kay nakikibalo na midaan unsa ang documents nga ipinahanglan.
My respect to our DepEd key officials, starting with our Regional Director, Dr. Alan G. Farnazo, CESO 4, Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Maria Ines C. Asuncion, CESO 5, Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Reynaldo M. Galiana, CESO 5, and the two equally brilliant Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Jinky B. Ferman, CESO 6, and Ma'am Marilyn B. Diduyo, our very own District Supervisor, Dr. Adeline Aigo, my fellow school administrators, SBM CI Project Watts and LAC coordinators, a blessed day to everyone. Kawayan Elementary School is tasked to represent the Group 3 schools in the presentation of the Continuous Improvement or CI project. Addressing the need of our clients in school, which are the learners and the parents, is the most important of all in order to continue our commitment of building a culture of excellence as what DepEd mandates us to do. Serving and focusing on the customer's need, especially with regard to getting of pupils' record whenever they need it for certain purposes, must be addressed immediately without delay. In pursuit of giving quality services to our clients, Kawayan Elementary School was able to come up with a CI project after undergoing processes of continuous assessment of the problem, then the analysis, and taking into considerations the actions that could resolve the identified problem, and to focus on its outcomes for continuous improvement every year as we serve our pupils and parents in Kawayan Elementary School. With this CI project, we hope to make our services satisfying to our clients. God bless everyone and good day.
Lessons learned. The opportunity to help our parents to fast-track the process of releasing the Form 137 of their child gave us the motivation to push through with our project. Working as a team needs perseverance, dedication, and humility for a successful project outcome. That's all for our CEI project presentation. Thank you everyone, and may God bless us all.
The Continuous Improvement Project of Joaquin Elementary School for the school year 2020-2021, presenting the Joaquin Elementary School CI Team. Team Leader, Mabel Cabiling. Melanie G. Nalupa, the Scribe. Lorelie C. Rosal for Communications. Janice J. Tagaamo for documentation, and Mrs. Alma M. Morales, the process observer. Principal 3 of Joaquin Elementary School, Ma'am Lucy G. Ortiza. PSDS of Calinan District, Dr. Adeline Go. The first part of this project is to assess the needs of the school. The background and the rationale of this project. Dex Order Number 6, Series of 1998, entitled The Implementation of School Library, reiterates that a school library is very important in the attainment of objectives of education. Its main function is to make instructional materials available and accessible to teachers and learners. The library is a service center, reading center, guidance center, material production center, and most importantly, teaching and learning center. The library should be the center of the school, being an integral and indispensable part of it. In Joaquin Elementary School, many books were received by the school as donations from other countries and some stakeholders. However, due to the increase of the number of enrollees and the shortage of classrooms in the past school years, library had been sacrificed in order to give way for the students to use the classrooms. Thus, the books were temporarily kept and housed in the classrooms, and no library has ever been available. The problem of having no library in school can be deeply attributed to the school's shortage of classroom few years back. The pupils were not trained to go to the library during their vacant times. The books were not collectively stored and put in many areas or classrooms, or which room could cater or be occupied. There is a great demand to establish a library in the school now that there are new classrooms ready to be occupied. Thus, this has been the tenet why the CI team of Joaquin Elementary School was moved to undertake procedures in order to establish a school library that has been longed for many years ago. The objective of this project is to establish the first phase of its first ever school library of Joaquin Elementary School in school year 2020-2021. The CI team generated issues and concerns from the parents, the pupils, and the teachers of Joaquin Elementary School. They were asked what are the problems they have encountered due to the lack of library in the school. An interview with the school head was done by the CI team. Focused group discussions were also performed. The survey interpreted that there's a very high demand of having a school library. Table number 2 shows the degree of demand to establish a library. The results show that in question number 1, the mean is 4.16 high, which means that demand is evident. In question number 2, the mean is 4.33 high. Question number 3 is 3.83. Question number 4 is 4.26, and question number 5 has a mean of 3.80. The overall mean is 4.08 high, which means the degree of demand for a school library is evident. The next step is to analyze the data gathered. This diagram shows you the current state of the school having no library. This YY diagram shows you the root cause of the problem. Teachers and pupils took long time in finding books as references. This is because books were stored in different classrooms. Books were not also organized properly, and there is no safe place for the books to be arranged. These are all because the school has no library. This storm clouds diagram shows you the different problems and hindrances encountered by the CI team during the implementation of the said project. Act. This phase is the implementation of the project. The steps in identifying the pilot solutions. First step is that the CI team will ask the principal where is the room available to be used as a library. Step 2. The CI team will collect the books from the different storage classrooms. Step 3. The CI team will list and count all the books gathered. Step 5. The CI team will arrange the books in accordance to the Dewey classification of books. Step 6. The CI team will assign numbers in each book. The following pictures will show you the unestablished school library of Joaquin Elementary School before the CI implementation. After the CI implementation, Joaquin Elementary School proudly shows to you our newly established school library. We are glad to inform to you that the library of Joaquin Elementary School has been functional since its establishment. As quoted, when in doubt, go to the library. Come and visit Joaquin Elementary School's newly established library. Thank you and God bless us all.
At this moment, we're going to hear another message coming from a very collaborative stakeholder of Barangay Subasta. Let us now welcome Honorable Vicente C. Eno.
Okay, maayong buntag na itong tanan mga igsoon ko rin Kristo. Ako di ay si Kapitan Vic Inok din sa Barangay Subasta sa Calinan District, Davao City. Mapasalamaton ug ako sa akong igsuonan din sa Barangay Subasta nga walay puas ang ilahang suporta sa atong eskwelahan dinhi sa Subasta Elementary School, inubanan sa kaaptik o kakugis ato ang mga magtutudlo headed by Dr. Sulpicio Suico Jr. nga sa kanunay ana ang panglantaw sa kayuhan dinhi sa ato nga eskwelahan sa Subasta Elementary School. O pinagi sa school-based management ang Subasta Barangay Council sa kanunay anaan suporta sa tanan nga mga activities ug gibuhaton sa eskwelahan. Sa pagpapaniadto ang amo ang kasing-kasing na agyod sa pagsuporta sa mga tuluhan. In fact, ang ato ang gihimo dili man lang para sa kayuhan sa katapon, dili para sa kapulahanan sa tibuok katawan dinhi sa atong barangay sa Subasta. Mao na hinungdan nga sukat pagkaniadto hangtod karon sa kanunay ang amo ang hugot o 100% na suporta sa among eskwelahan na agyon hangtod karon mga panahon. Subasta Barangay Council kanunay napaluyo sa mga buhaton. Kung unsa man ang mga gibuhaton para sa kabulahanan sa atong eskwelahan. Daghang salamat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vicente Eno. At this point, sir, we would like to give you our certificate of recognition. I'll read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 11, Division of Davao City, Calinan District, awards this certificate of recognition to Honorable Vicente Eno in grateful acknowledgement for his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest speaker during the second Calinan District School-Based Management Convergence with the theme SBM Bridges Literacy Through Resilience and Continuous Improvement, held on October 26, 2021 at Calinan, Davao City. Given this 26th day of October 2021 at Calinan District, Davao City, Philippines. Signed, Lina L. Ton, Calinan District SBM Coordinator, Cheryl M. Lagang, Calinan District SBM Consultant, and Dr. Adeline Aigo, Calinan District Supervisor. Congratulations! The Department of Education promotes time consciousness and honesty. This is particularly seen in all of the batch programs that all the schools in Calinan District are advocating. At this moment, let us now witness the watch prefaces from the three presenters Calinan Central Elementary School, Huangan Elementary School, and Carino Elementary School. And this will be followed with the presentations of all the WASH programs of Calinan District. Let's give them a round of virtual applause.
Calinan Central Elementary School Project Watch Best Practice entitled Mata sa CCES, Move, Act to Achieve, with the leadership of Dr. Elizabeth G. Ayag Principal, yours truly, Marie Pilar S. Caro, School Watch Coordinator, and CCES Watch Team. The Department of Education took the right step in entering into a Memorandum of Agreement with the Junior Chamber International to further strengthen the values of punctuality and honesty among DepEd officials, non-teaching personnel, and teachers through Project Watch. This program aims to achieve the goals in perspective of the Schools Division Office and address these improvement areas through the Schools Mata sa CCES, Move, Act to Achieve Watch program. Deliver different learning modalities and other services to learners with promptness and honesty. Gather the full cooperation of the school stakeholders in implementing and practicing the Schools Watch program. The global pandemic has added more obstacles to the already pressing challenges of delivering education to the Filipino learners. It has become more challenging to attain the goal that no child is left behind policy. The threat of the transmission of the COVID-19 virus has posed a jeopardy of delivering effective learning, but education must continue. The Mata sa CCES assisted the school's priority improvement areas in specific programs. In particular, the Calinan District 17 schools inked a Memorandum of Agreement with the PNP Police Station 10 and their program Module Mo Hatid Ko to ensure that modules arrive promptly and learners get hold of their modules the earliest possible time. Teachers deliver the modules right in front of their doorsteps to make sure children's learning is not halted. Though plying in a skeletal system, the teachers utilize their time efficiently in sorting and binding of modules to make sure it is released ahead of time. These are the Mata sa CCES activities that assist school PACs such as Project Reach, which aims to decrease dropout from 1.01% to 0%, and Every Child Counts to increase enrollment by 3%. Participation in the school's Clean and Green program and Brigada Escuela activities. Undeniably, social media has an unbridged influence in widely dispersing information. Hence, 100% of teachers of CCES changed their Facebook profile pictures to watch frames, including pupils and parents, and launching of Teachers Watch Commitment Wall. Aside from the best practices before the pandemic such as lesson integration, honesty store, creation of school watch club officers, awarding of certificates and recognition to pupils and teachers with perfect attendance and no tardiness, lost and found box, an orientation and watch program during PTA assembly. During this pandemic, a limited face-to-face and virtual orientation were given to parents on watch advocacy. A great number of parents responded to the online school watch membership, which is being shown in the graph. Parents were given token as recognition for those who were able to claim and return modules ahead of time. A watch corner is installed in every grade level to urgently reiterate the program's significance. Honesty Canteen is set up where it is unmanned and requires less physical contact and still promotes the advocacy of watch. Mata sa CCES program did not limit to time consciousness and honesty. On the onset of community lockdown, the CCES Teaching Force organized a fundraising event entitled Bayanihan sa Panahon ng Kagipitan. People who supported Mata sa CCES Project Watch Advocacy.
Kami rin sa Barangay Council will integrate the value of the consciousness and honesty in our past as a government official, especially in dealing with the needs of our constituents. Ako isip amahan sa atong barangay, nag-aawang kaninyo na atong iluso sa atong mga kasing-kasing ang pagkamatingtanon ug paghatag og bilis sa oras aron magpabiling hapsay ug malinaw ang barangay Calinan.
Kaming mga pinaka-driver dinhi sa Calinan Poblasyon. Puro mga suporta sa SBM sa Calinan Central Elementary School.
We advocate time consciousness and honesty.
We support the Project Watch Calinan Central Elementary School.
Bureau of Fire Protection, Calinan Fire Station. Strongly support dedicated Project Watch of Calinan Central Elementary School.
Si Julius Pakot, usa ka TV reporter sa PTV Davao, hugot nga nagsuporta sa DepEd Project Watch sa Calinan Central Elementary School.
Mga kapuso, ako si Tec Ocampo. But na akong padanan ang akong takong suporta sa advokasya sa DepEd ng Project Watch sa Calinan Central Elementary School.
Madayaw umayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. Ako si Inday Sara Duterte, hugot nga ni suporta sa advokasya sa Project Watch. We advocate time consciousness and honesty sa Calinan Central Elementary School. Let's all be honest and time conscious all the time. Daghang salamat. May God bless you all.
Be an advocate. Be one of us. Be watchful and be an agent of change.
Kawayan Elementary School supports and implements the advocacy program of Project Watch. We advocate time consciousness and honesty. Our school is composed of 10 teaching personnel. We instill the culture of honesty and time consciousness amidst pandemic.
Ako si Eve S. Iray, Coordinator sa Project Watch. Kami sa Kawayan Elementary School nagaawhag sa tanang magtutungha, ginikanan ug stakeholders sa padayon sa pagsuporta sa advokasya sa Project Watch nga we advocate time consciousness and honesty.
Learners, parents, and stakeholders also support Project Watch. Activities promoting Project Watch advocacy. We remind the parents and learners to be prompt and honest in answering the modules. Learners develop the values of punctuality and honesty even at home.
Directions. Analyze each group of words and tell.
Teachers make sure that modules are ready for distribution. We set schedules in releasing and retrieving of modules to avoid crowd and observe social distancing. Health safety protocols are strictly followed. Ako si Irene Pantinopli, akong anak si James Clarence Evangelista. Na ako karon sa eskwelahan kay tig-schedule sa module sa akong bata. Ako yung paningkamuton nga makuha yun ako og inig-schedule.
Ako, Sunita Malabar, nakuha ko module sa akong ako nga si Aliano di Brasileño, naningkamot ko.
We have designated enrollment area where parents can conveniently drop their filled-out enrollment forms. Teachers are also prompt in addressing enrollment-related concerns and queries. Kawayan Elementary School Best Practices. Brigada Eskwela. Bayanihan para sa paaralan. We are grateful to our community partners and stakeholders for their continued support. Prompt and punctual teachers are commended for adhering to the values of Project Watch. Teachers are given recognition for being the most punctual in submission of reports, most punctual in attendance, and having no late and no absences. Let us all be reminded of instilling the culture of honesty and time consciousness even amidst pandemic. Thank you for watching.
I support Project Watch. Be one of us.
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 Five, four, three, two, one.
Watch best practices of Woking Elementary School. Read a theme, instilling the culture of honesty and time consciousness amidst pandemic. Teachers support Watch through changing their profile pictures and FB using the Watch logo. Teachers support Watch by coming in school on time, passing reports, and documents on time with honesty. Parents support Watch through receiving and retrieving the modules on time and guiding and helping their children with honesty. Students also promote Watch through answering the modules with honesty and passing the output and evaluation on time. students, teachers, and parents. Watch your thoughts, for they become words. Watch your words, for they become actions. Watch your actions, for they become habits. Watch your habits, for they become character. Joaquin Elementary School, support Project Watch. We advocate high consciousness and honesty.
Kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga, para marami ka pang magagawa. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng bayan mo. Maging tapat sa lahat ng oras, simulan natin ngayon and be one of us. Tara sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa, sumabay ka sa'min, maiiwanan ka. Ang oras ay ginto, huwag nang sayangin pa, gamitin ng gusto, mag-project watch na. Likas sa Pinoy, ang maging tapat, pagyamanin ibahagi sa lahat. Puro magulang at mag-aaral, maging responsable. We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng bayan mo. Maging tapat sa lahat ng oras, simulan natin ngayon and be one of us. Tara sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa, sumabay ka sa'min,
We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Be one of us.
We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Be one of us. Pinoy, ang maging tapat, pagyamanin ibahagi sa lahat. Puro magulang at mag-aaral, maging responsable. We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Tara na't sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa, sumabay ka sa'min, mag-project watch na. ng pagbabago. Simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga para marami ka pang magagawa. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng bayan mo. Maging tapat sa lahat ng oras. Simulan natin ngayon and be one of us. Tara na't sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa. Sumubay ka sa'min, maiiwanan ka. Ang oras ay ginto, huwag na sayangin pa. Gamitin ng wasto, mag-project watch na. Likas sa Pinoy, ang maging tapat. Pagyamanin ibahagi sa lahat. Guro, magulang at mag-aaral, maging responsable. We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Oh. Kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga para marami ka pang magagawa. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng bayan mo. Maging tapat sa lahat ng oras. Simulan natin ngayon and be one of us. Tara na, sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa. Sumabay ka sa'min, maiiwanan ka. Ang oras ay ginto, huwag nang sayangin pa. Gamitin ng wasto, mag-project watch na. Likas sa Pinoy, ang maging tapat. Pagyamanin ibahagi sa lahat. Guro, magulang at mag-aaral, maging responsable. We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Tara na't sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa. Sumabay ka sa'min, mag-project watch na. Kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga para marami ka pang magagawa. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng bayan mo. Maging tapat sa lahat ng oras. Simulan natin ngayon and be one of us. Tara na't sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa. Sumubay ka sa'min, maiiwanan ka. Ang oras ay ginto, huwag nang sayangin pa. Gamitin ng wasto, mag-project watch na. Likas sa Pinoy, ang maging tapat. Pagyamanin ibahagi sa lahat. Guro, magulang at mag-aaral, maging responsable. We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Oh. Kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga para marami ka pang magagawa. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng bayan mo. Maging tapat sa lahat ng oras. Simulan natin ngayon and be one of us. Tara na't sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa. Sumabay ka sa'min, maiiwanan ka. Ang oras ay ginto, huwag nang sayangin pa. Gamitin ng wasto, mag-project watch na. Likas sa Pinoy, ang maging tapat. Pagyamanin ibahagi sa lahat. Guro, magulang at mag-aaral, maging responsable. We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Tara na't sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa. Sumabay ka sa amin, mag-project watch na.
Anong sayo kang pag-module te? Ay ma'am, sayo gid ko magkuhag module ma'am kay para madalian og answer nya layo-layo pag kuya amo ma'am. Ngano sayo ka mo pag-module te? Hindi lang sayo gid ma'am kay para maka-answer ko sila sayo. Ngano sayo ka mo pag-module kuya?
Ako ginagi toyo kay parang mga bata pa dito magkuhan kita. Dili sila ma-discourage ba? Kung wala masukom po sila nga dugay-dugay yung module, kukuha. Dapat nga, ako pa rin kamot po nga madali yun. Eh, parang ang bata, dili na sila mo yung duduha kapag ako ay eskwela.
Pipila lamang sila sa mga ginikanan sa Pangyan Elementary School nga atong ginaila sa ilang kakugi. Makita kini sa kasayo sa pagkuha sa module. Kini parte lamang sa selebrasyon sa Project Watch karong tuiga. We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Nga adunay temang instilling the culture of honesty and time consciousness amidst pandemic. Nakikighiusa ang Pangyan Elementary School sa selebrasyon sa Project Watch 2021 sa pamumuno sa Principal, Cecilia N. Pole, bilang sa mga maestra, ginikanan, PTA officers ug mga estudyante. Ug karong tuiga, maski na sa pandemyang atong giatubang, dili kini babag aron atong iselebrar ang Project Watch.
Pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga para marami ka pang magagawa. Tara na't sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa.
Project Watch. We advocate time consciousness and honesty. Honesty and punctuality are absolutely essential in all areas of life. If everyone is punctual and honest, there will be a concomitant valuing for self-respect and for respecting others' time. That's why, even though we are in the midst of pandemic, no one can stop us for spreading our Project Watch advocacy. So my dear ka-watchers, are you ready for the new normal?
a school head of Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School, I am an advocate, support, and implement WATCH program in our premises. As our year's theme drives on, instilling the culture of honesty and time consciousness amidst this pandemic. I do believe that advocacy of time consciousness is a significant campaign for core development of individuals. And if everyone is punctual and honest, there will be self-respect and respecting others' time. Therefore, share your talents and precious time in strengthening the values of honesty and punctuality towards a living legacy. Thank you.
Calinan District Supervisor Dr. Adeline Aigo, Principal of Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School, Mrs. Marilyn B. Olaso, Administrators of Calinan District, my fellow teachers, parents, pupils, good day. We, the teaching force of Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School, strongly support for the implementation of WATCH program. We, as teachers, set as an example by being punctual in coming to school and perform well our duties and responsibilities towards work and even in our day-to-day lives. Teachers help one another to come up with an idea on what activities we are going to conduct for our pupils, parents, and in community as well. To instill in their hearts and mind the value of time and honesty. Watching audiovisual presentation is also a big help to us, for we learn more activities with the same goal and apply in our respective school. More power to all of us in this campaign. Thank you.
To achieve effective learning amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, we find and use the best ways to ensure school goals are met. So, here are the best practices of Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School.
We, the grade 1 teachers. We, the grade 2 teachers. We, the grade 3 teachers.
We, the grade 4 teachers.
We, the grade 5 teachers.
We, the grade 6 teachers, strongly support Dev and Project WATCH of Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School. Be an advocate.
One of us. Be watchful.
I strongly support Active Project WATCH of Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School. Be an advocate. We want us to be watchful.
Honesty
and time consciousness are vital and considered as core values that each Filipino learner should live. With this, through the Department of Education Memorandum 410, Series of 2009, mandated the creation of Watch program in school to ensure that each learner will develop value of punctuality and make it as an integral part of being a Filipino. And to help this put into realization, Quirino Elementary School advocated, launched, and disseminated Watch program to all stakeholders even before the pandemic. Project Watch information, dissemination, and awareness is done yearly to update the pupils, PTA, and the community on the activities of the program. That includes the posting of tarpaulins, giving of leaflets, updating of our school bulletin and Watch Corner, posting of updates and activities in our group messenger accounts and in the official Facebook page of the school. We've been able to organize Watch Club officers even before the pandemic came and until today through virtual meetings. These officers and members will help us to continue the Watch advocacy and help to encourage their co-learners to participate in the different Watch activities and to live with the values. To widen our desire to link the Project Watch to the community, the school has reached out to our barangay and tapped our very approachable and active barangay captain Annalisa Dayot Paglas for support. Through all the efforts of the teachers and the Watch coordinator, Ruby Kim M. Rasonabe, this Watch program gained innermost support from various stakeholders.
I support Project Watch. Be one of us.
Quirino Elementary School supports Project Watch. Be one of us. Supports Project Watch. Be one of us.
I support 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 Project Watch. Be one of us.
Be one of us.
I support Project Watch. 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 Be one of us.
When the pandemic started and the new normal of education began, it was continually mobilized into its holistic functionality in the school by including it as a priority area of concern and include it in the list of projects in the Annual Implementation Plan or AIP and the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan or the BELCP. With this, series of programs and activities were conducted and implemented. And now, let me present to you the inspiring Watch best practices and activities of Quirino Elementary School. The school also initiates Honest Ako program that commends the pupils, teachers, and anyone in the community who showed the value of honesty and punctuality. They were given tokens and certificates as a sign of appreciation of their actions. Our teachers, pupils, parents, and stakeholders were also very eager and active in participating in the different watch activities. As teachers, we also see to it that the value of punctuality and honesty will be integrated in our daily lessons.
Atong panahon karon niagi usa ka dakong sugilanon.
And who says we cannot hone our learners' talents just because of the presence of COVID-19? Well, Ezra Blight A. Avelino was our division level watch contestant for the original Tula composition. She is such an honor and pride to the school. Even with the absence of face-to-face schooling, our learners were still very active, learning and still living the values of punctuality and honesty even at home. It shows here their daily routines, from answering the modules on time, how they manage their time well, from helping their parents with the household chores, and how they practice honesty at all times. With all these activities, the great impacts were found in the responses of the stakeholders through concrete actions of punctuality, time consciousness, and honesty. Evidences were visible through their actions. Pupils, teachers, and parents were very honest in returning lost and found materials to the lost and found classroom so that it will be given to its owner. Mr. Niall James Juquinho Sr. is one of our parents who showed support and practiced the value of honesty when he returned the lost and found cell phone of one of our teachers in the school. Our Barangay Sangguniang Kabataan, headed by SK Chairman Leonel June Aresco, also extend their support to the program, showing in the timely distribution of the school supplies to the school children through their parents, so that it can be used in their studies at home. This action shows a great help in the pupils, especially in this time of pandemic. Indeed, Project Watch is working in QES. That is why we, the Quirino Elementary School, will continually support and advocate Project Watch.
Naghahabol ka ba parati sa oras? Abay dapat lang. Alam mo na kapag ang oras ay nasayang, hindi na ito may babalik. Dahil dyan, ang Riverside Elementary School ay sumusuporta sa Watch Program. Ang Watch Program ay nagbibigay halaga sa katotohanan at malay tao sa oras. Halika, tunghayan natin ang mga aktibidad ng Riverside Elementary School upang itaguyod ang Watch Program. Online survey on honesty and punctuality in utilization of modules. The survey revealed the percentage of parents who return their modules on schedule and their perceived honesty in answering the modules. Suggestions were also solicited to further improve the modular system. Information drive of student watch advocates spearheaded by school watch officers.
Hello mga ka-watch! This is your school watch president, Arian B. Andres. Nagsasabing, pag on time ka at honest ka, cool ka! Hi friends! Latecomer ka ba? Naku! Hindi na uso yan! Mag-change ka na! This is Princess Piladay, your Vice President and Watch Program. Go! Naku! Di na ko magsinungaling! Kasi bad yun! I am Aaron Andres, Watch Advocate. Hello federation! I believe studies good. Honesty is the best policy. Just say this. I'm your Watch Secretary, James A. Piladay. Ako po si Janita Hoyo, grade 3 Administration. Nagsasabi, honesty and punctuality is all persistent. Even the pandemic is not a
sa lahat. Jose Kalisali Javier po, mga kapwa kong bata, lagi nating tandaan magsabi ng totoo sa lahat ng oras.
Telling a lie is a sin. I'm Asia Khadija S. Abiar, your friend on the...
Hello po! Tayo na! Tara na! Mga kaibigan sa eskwela, sagutin natin ang modules ng maaga para mas maging masaya! Ako po si NFC Julency, si Smartwatch Advocate.
Banners posted at home to promote watch program. Consistent awarding of punctual faculty members. Active supporters of watch program students through using watch frames. Updated classroom watch corner. Thank you mga ka-watch.
Serif Elementary School Project Watch School's Best Practices. As the world has been fighting against the health crisis we are in, the Serif Elementary School Watch Program continuously implements and strives for its goals. The said program is being utilized to preserve, encourage, and motivate the learners, parents, and as well as teachers to pursue the education of our future generations. Project Watch School Year 2019-2020. Students with perfect attendance. Watch Month School-Based Activities. Honest Awardee. Teachers Perfect Attendance Awardee.
Project Watch School Year 2020-2021 Early Birds Awardees. Parents Early Bird Awardees. Students awarded with watch stickers for having their modules done on time. Project Watch School Year 2021-2022 Parents Early Bird Awardees. Parents receiving watch stickers for being early birds upon releasing and retrieving of modules. Teachers Early Bird Awardees.
Subasta Elementary School is one of the 17 schools in Calinan District and strongly supports the Project Watch advocacy program. As a watch school, primarily aims to strengthen the value of punctuality and honesty. It is also aspires to contribute and support the moral renewal program focused on the actualization of the value of honesty and time consciousness.
Present COVID-19 pandemic has brought extraordinary challenges and has affected the educational sector. But according to our DepEd Secretary, Leonor M. Briones, that education continues despite these challenges using distance learning. Here in Subasta Elementary School, we have been using modular distance learning. The safety and well-being of students and teachers remains our topmost priority. So, we continue to strive in learning. We have been implementing the different DepEd programs, and one of which is the Project Watch. We advocate time consciousness and honesty. By implementing this Project Watch, despite the pandemic and brings hope to every child. This year, the project Watch with the theme Instilling the Culture of Honesty and Time Consciousness Amidst Pandemic. We are proud to present to you the best practices of Subasta Elementary School under Watch Project.
Certificate of Recognition for being the most punctual employee, advocating Project Watch with a theme, Instilling the Culture of Honesty and Time Consciousness Amidst Pandemic.
Punctuality is one of the best traits that we should have. Instilling in our mind time consciousness in all our undertakings, even in this new normal situation.
Good day, everyone. I'm Rina May Sahagon, a parent and a newly elected president of Subasta Elementary School, school year 2021-2022. This year, atong ipadayon o atong sa pagpatupad ang Watch Project, atong ipadayon ang paglambok sa Watch Project sa DepEd. Isip ko sa ginikanan karon sa atong new normal education. Atong tabangan ang mga bata, tagana to sila og time na sila ang mag-answer sa atong ilahang mga modules.
Ako si Benedict Catandron. Isip ko sa kagwardya din sa eskwelahan sa Subasta Elementary School. Isa sa best practices sa Watch Project na mo is napatuman gihapon ka sa tuwang health and safety protocol sa eskwelahan. O isip ko sa ginikanan o sa tanan ginikanan nga makuha sa ilahang module, makakuha gihapon sila or kami sa amo ang module bisag wala ang ilang advisor kay 50% lang man everyday ang capacity sa nga module din sa atong eskwelahan. Tanan gini ka na makakuha gyapon kay naay teacher nga mag-open sa tanan classroom din sa atong eskwelahan.
Mag-project watch na tayo!
Kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga para marami ka pang magagawa. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo. Kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga para marami ka pang magagawa. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng bayan mo. Maging tapat sa lahat ng oras. Simulan natin ngayon and be one of us. sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa. Sumabay ka sa'min, maiiwanan ka. Ang oras ay ginto, huwag nang sayangin pa. Gamitin ng wasto, mag-project watch na. Likas sa Pinoy.
Reminding the parents to follow the time schedule for releasing and retrieval of modules. Showing honesty during releasing and retrieval of modules where the parents are the one who will get the modules in the box. Posted Project Watch logo to remind the teachers and learners that they are advocates of honesty and time consciousness. Giving up certificates to the punctual parents and teachers.
We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty.
We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty.
We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Be one of us.
Kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo. Tara na, bangon na, dapat lagi kang maaga para marami ka pang magagawa. Maging aktibo, maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng bayan mo. Maging tapat sa lahat ng oras. Simulan natin ngayon and be one of us. Tara na't sumama na, tayo'y magkaisa. Sumabay ka sa'min, maiiwanan ka. Ang oras ay ginto, huwag na sayangin pa. Gamitin ng wasto, mag-project watch na. Likas sa Pinoy, ang maging tapat. Pagyamanin ibahagi sa lahat. Guro, magulang at mag-aaral, maging responsable. We advocate time, consciousness, and honesty. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Oh. Kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo sa sarili mo.
Be one of us.
Tara na, bangon na,
Be
dapat
one of
lagi
us.
kang maaga.
Be one of us.
Para marami ka
Be one of us.
magagawa. Maging
Be one of us.
maging ehemplo, at maging dangal ka ng
Wangan Elementary School supports Project Watch, headed by Romela A. Hicral, Principal 2, Charlene Quisado, the Watch Coordinator, the teaching force, the learners, as well as the parents and the barangay. In this time of pandemic, there are a lot of adjustments that happen, but it is not an hindrance to stop implementing the Project Watch. Here are the best practices of Project Watch. For this school year, the school conducted recorrida to inform that early registration is open to all incoming kindergartens and grade 1. To have an activities aligned with the Project Watch, orientation of action plan was conducted, facilitated by the Watch Coordinator. Last school year 2020 to 2021, we were able to conduct parents' orientation through face-to-face with a given schedule, observing health protocols. But for this school year, since Barangay Wangan have high cases of COVID, the teachers just print a material wherein it will serve as a reminder on how the school implement the blended learning and emphasize to the parents that the learners should answer it with honesty and punctuality. In retrieving and releasing of self-learning modules, parents practice punctuality, wherein they were recognized through giving of certificates and tokens, and they are acknowledged for their time and effort in the Watch Corner. Unconsciousness and honesty is a significant campaign for core development of individual. If everyone is punctual and honest, there will be a concomitant valuing for self-respect and for respecting others' time. Since learners are at home, teachers monitor them through call, chat, and text, home visitation. Here are the learners answering their self-learning modules showing punctuality and honesty with the guidance of their parents or guardians.
Kuya? Kuya Jan, mata na. Alas 7 na sa buntag ya. Adlaw na sab sa ato ang pagmudyon. Kuya Jan, mata na. Unig mata nimo, magampo. Human kuya, maligo, magkaligo, mamahaw. Kuya Jan, kuya, mata na. Sige, hipusa ang imong higdaanan. Sige kuya, paminawa si mama. Kani ang imong module. Unsa ni nga color kuya?
Pula.
Pula, pangitaa din ha ang pula.
Tara.
Kani, unsay color ani kuya?
Yellow.
Yellow, sa Bisaya, dalag.
Dalag.
Anta sa atong module, din hinausab kita sa pagpaminaw og story time. Sip, magtanaw nimo anak, magtanaw ka, paminaw nimo ang mga istorya ni ma'am.
A few moments later.
Para no quererte, yeah. Tú, nadie como tú, no hay un sustituto para ese cuerpo tuyo que a mí ya me tiene cucu. En un rato te busco, hoy te acurruco, yeah. No hay nadie como tú, porque
Wangan Elementary School celebrated the Project Watch Month through the following activities. In Barangay Wangan, they are practicing Project Watch. Indeed, in this community, including school, barangay, and stakeholders implementing the Project Watch.
Just right in time, ladies and gentlemen. Let us hear a message coming from a new breed of leader. He is the SK chairman, at the same time the chairman of the Committee on Education in Barangay Talomo River. He advocates also education through formation of the youth and actually very generous in providing supplementary materials to the children of Carino Elementary School. I am so pleased to introduce to you Engineer Lionel June D. Aresco. Let's give him a round of applause.
Madayaw, maayong adlaw ka natong tanan. I am Engineer Lionel June D. Aresco, and I am the chairperson of the Sangguniang Kabataan of Barangay Talomo River. First and foremost, I would like to extend my gratitude to the faculty and staff of Carino Elementary School, headed by Ma'am Lorna Bustamante, for inviting me to give a message to the 2nd Calinan District SBM Convergence. My warmest congratulations to the people behind this program and to the Department of Education Schools Division of Davao City. On a personal account, I am a proud alumnus of Carino Elementary School, and I can still clearly remember how I represented the school on various contests such as math quiz bees and first aid competitions, and how I hosted several programs within the school back then. There was this one moment where I can never forget when I joined the math quiz bee during my 4th grade, because there was these two people and they were talking and they were saying like, moram gyapon nga mga eskwelahan na ang kadaw gani. And I surprised them. I surprised everyone because I took home the first place for Carino Elementary School. That is why I am very grateful to our punong barangay, Kapitana Analiza Huday-Dayot Paglas, for entrusting me to chair the Committee on Education of our Barangay Council, because I believe this is now my opportunity to pay back to my alma mater. As a product of the public educational system myself, I know how important stakeholders are. And I am happy and I am proud that for the past 3 years, we have already partnered with Carino Elementary School on various programs, projects, and activities. To mention a few, Carino Elementary School is our active partner during the celebration of the National Children's Month every November, specifically during the annual Barangay Children's Congress, where we talk about child protection and child development policies. Every academic break, we also make it a point to contribute during the Brigada Eskwela, be it on manpower or financial requirements. In 2019, the Sangguniang Kabataan also provided supplementary school supplies to every student of Carino Elementary School. That alongside with the 20,000 pesos amount of donation to the Parents and Teachers Association. In 2020, during the emergence of the pandemic, we have donated a total of 50 reams of bond papers to the school and a brand new photocopying machine. And even before that, the Sangguniang Kabataan, through its youth leaders and staffers, through our program SK Bayanihan Para Kay Batang 1, volunteered for 14 days to help the school reproduce learning guides and to cope up with the demands of its requirements for that last school year. And we were able to reproduce 30,000 plus pages of learning guides. This 2021, we have just completed the Project Better Normal, which is still to provide supplementary school supplies to the students of Carino Elementary School. There were also many other programs, projects, and activities between the school and the barangay, such as the provision of traffic signages, and also we have partnered with the school in giving lectures to the youth, just like the Storya Tabay way back in July 2019, where we have lectured about the proper use of social media and how important mental health is, especially to the young people. We from the Sangguniang Kabataan and from the Barangay Council in general still believe that the youth is the hope of our motherland. That is why we commit to further the relationship between the school and the Barangay Council. We as one of the stakeholders of the school in providing services for our youth. Daghang salamat.
Thank you very much, Engineer Aresco, for that sharing of your advocacies. And of course, it pictures your cooperation and contribution as stakeholder in Carino Elementary School. At this point, we would like to give you our Certificate of Recognition. Let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 11, Division of Davao City, Calinan District, awards this Certificate of Recognition to Engineer Leonel June D. Aresco, in grateful acknowledgement for sharing his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest speaker during the second Calinan District School-Based Management Convergence with the theme SBM Bridges Literacy through Resilience and Continuous Improvement, held on October 26, 2021 at Calinan, Davao City. Given this 26th day of October 2021 at Calinan District, Calinan, Davao City, Philippines. Signed, Lina L. Linton, Calinan District SBM Coordinator, and Cheryl M. Lagang, Calinan District SBM Consultant, and Dr. Adeline Aigo, Calinan District Supervisor. Thank you very much, Engineer Leonel June Aresco, and congratulations. Learning Action Cell plays a vital role in the professional development of teachers. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to witness the presentations of best practices in Learning Action Cell. These are coming from Lieutenant Civil Senior Elementary School, Subasta Elementary School, and Riverside Elementary School. After their presentations will be also the showcase of the lab practices coming from the rest of the schools in Calinan District. Let's give ourselves a warm virtual clap.
To help develop and support successful teachers in nurturing their knowledge, attitudes, and competencies in terms of curriculum, instruction, and assessment in their workstations, Calinan Central Elementary School fully supports the implementation of school-based Learning Action Cell, which primarily functions as a professional learning community for teachers that will help them improve practice and learner achievement. This is in pursuant to DepEd Order Number 35, Series of 2016, the Learning Action Cell as a K-12 basic education program, school-based continuing professional development strategy for the improvement of teaching and learning, which is in line with the implementation of Republic Act Number 10533 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013 of the Department of Education. Presenting the highlights of the LAC sessions in Calinan Central Elementary School. The first in line is the conduct of School Learning Action Cell in Early Language Literacy and Numeracy, or ELLN, which began in 2016 and has evolved in ELLN Digital in 2019 and is currently being implemented and will end on 2023. This is in accordance with the President's 10-point Basic Education Agenda, which states that every child should be a reader by grade 1. The Department of Education strengthened its reading program by implementing the program in grades K-3, which goal is to enable all K-3 teachers to effectively help students acquire fundamental skills in early language, literacy, and numeracy using the revised K-12 curriculum. Calinan Central Elementary School piloted the conduct of School Learning Action Cell in Early Language Literacy and Numeracy and ELLN Digital respectively. The first phase of the LAC session in school year 2019-2020 was conducted face-to-face, but when the pandemic happened, the CCES teachers displayed resiliency to any form of impediments by conducting sessions to online platform like Zoom. About 47 K-3 teachers are currently enrolled in ELLN Digital, 47 educators who are dedicated to improving their skills and pedagogical knowledge and attitudes on early literacy and numeracy, improved ability to assess learners' literacy and numeracy skills, and sustained commitment to sharing their teaching experiences to improve instruction and outcomes, all of which allowed them to serve the learners more effectively and efficiently in their respective classes. To keep pace with the use of ICT in school, the school conducted a workshop last January of 2019 on basic Microsoft encoding that enabled teachers to gain knowledge in the fundamentals of Microsoft, thus helping them to do their school reports and class activities much easier. CCES teachers continued to rigorously prepare for a reimagined learning experience as we face the new school setup. We dealt with the changes and challenges of the new normal, such as navigating the transition to distance learning while protecting the health of our community. To help teachers deal with the pressures of the times, the school conducted Slack in Learning Delivery Modalities Course 2 for teachers. Our school principal facilitated the Slack in LDM2 last October 20, 2020 to November 7, 2020 for master teachers and grade heads who in return transpired learnings to their respective grade level. The teachers then successfully complied with the requirements of the course as shown in the outputs that they had made. LAC sessions certainly can improve the teaching-learning process that will lead to improved learning among the students. The whole school community of Calinan Central Elementary School continues to commit to strengthen the conduct of School Learning Action Cell.
Calinan Central Elementary School LAC sessions. We make a difference.
Kawayan Elementary School Best Practices of LAC Sessions. As stated in Debit Order Number 35 Series of 2016, Learning Action Cell or LAC is a session conducted by a group of teachers who engage in collaborative learning sessions to solve shared challenges encountered in school. This is to improve the teaching-learning process that will lead to improved learning among the students, to nurture successful teachers, to enable teachers to support each other to continuously improve their content and pedagogical knowledge, practice, skills, attitudes, assessment, strategies, and professional ethics. In connection with this policy, Kawayan Elementary School Teaching Force headed by a school head Ma'am Marivic E. Tongko showed our full support on the program by conducting School Learning Action Cell sessions based on the Self-Assessment Tool or PPST SAP. The highlights of our LAC sessions. The action plan for School-Based Learning Action Cell was crafted in order to guide the teachers and the facilitators on what to do during LAC sessions. It composed of the topics to be discussed, objectives, activities, expected output, time frame, persons involved, resources needed, and source of fund. It is also a proposed strategy of course of action, a roadmaps a program uses to accomplish goals and achieve objectives. The different LAC sessions conducted were: A. LDM LAC sessions. B. LAC session on Learning Action Style Implementation. C. LDM Course 2 Practicum Portfolio. D. Planning for Continuing Professional Development and LAC Planning. E. Learning Resource Management and Development System Training Workshop. F. ELLN conducted last February 22, 2021. G. Basic Gender and Development Concerns of Mental Health and Psychosocial Care during Pandemic conducted last March 8 to 9, 2021. Demonstration teaching through LAC sessions, where teachers showcase their strategies and techniques in teaching as well as the proper sequence in making lesson plans. These LAC sessions, supported by the teachers, help develop and nurture their knowledge, attitudes, and competencies in terms of curriculum formulation, instruction, and assessment. It also improves the teaching-learning process that will benefit the pupils in Kawayan Elementary School. It is being said that we couldn't teach if we don't have. So, let us continue to support the LAC sessions implemented by the Department of Education to achieve better and quality education for all. That's all for our LAC sessions best practices. God bless us all.
In line with the implementation of Republic Act 10533 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013, the Department of Education issues the enclosed policy on the Learning Action Cell as a K-12 basic education program, school-based continuing professional development strategy for the improvement of teaching and learning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Doc Lucy G. Ortiza. Good morning, fellow teachers. Today, we are going to have an ELLN LAC session. We are now on the Module 2, Lesson 1, with the topic Children's Literature in the K-3 Classroom. Children's Literature and Child Development. Developing an interest in reading. Our role as reading teachers is to develop children who can read and who can choose to read. This means that aside from teaching children how to decode the text on the page and get meaning out of it, we also need to develop in them a love for reading.
Mentoring and coaching become profoundly beneficial for the professional growth of teachers. Thus, these were also performed in our school.
Lieutenant Cipriano will refer to senior elementary school teachers. Battle the new normal education. Quality education versus teachers' level of competency is still an issue, not just at this time of pandemic, but throughout the ages. Pandemic crushed all aspects of life, even the educational system. Face-to-face learning becomes limited. Department of Education, just like any government and private institutions, did not expect these events. Based on United Nations, a majority of countries announced the temporary closure of schools, impacting more than 91% of students worldwide. That is why quality education is the priority of UN SDG, or United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. That did not stop. LCBS-ES is indeed resilient, equipping teachers for instruction and learning to continue amid pandemic. Based on the DepEd's target in the governance area by the year 2026, there must be an increase of teachers' level of competence from beginning to distinguish. LCBS-ES data shows that in 2018, 9% belong to highly proficient, and in 2019, an increase of 10% of teachers belong in the highly proficient level. However, the distinguished level shows constant percentage of 0. With that, the school intensified LAC, the Learning Action Cell. Last June, school principal Ma'am Cheryl Lagan transparently presented the data to the master teachers, raters, and ideas were solicited to enhance the program, and a manifestation that LCBS-ES managed to have shared government. A plan of action is anchored with Republic Act 9155, or Law on the Governance of Basic Education, DepEd Order 2 Series of 2015, or the Guidelines on the Establishment and Implementation of RPMS, and DepEd Order 35 Series of 2016, or the Learning Action Cell. Learning Action Cell is guided by the ESAT, or Electronic Self-Assessment Tool, which presents the consolidated strength and weakness framework of the teachers. The LAC program is stipulated in the Annual Improvement Plan. There are 7 groups presented by Kinder, Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3, Grade 4, Grade 5, Grade 6 teachers. Each cell or team has a LAC leader, LAC documenter, and member. Roles and responsibilities were all discussed. Modified LCBS-ES LAC forms were used for a more systematized development and engagement of sessions. At first, the implementation becomes rough. Since that time, all are still new in the online virtual conferences. But thanks to the brilliant minds and helping hands of the ICT team, Google Forms and link were set up. Teachers had adjusted to the new normal virtual engagement. Every month, LAC sessions are held to collaboratively learn and solve problems in the delivery of the curriculum. At the end of every LAC sessions, LAC documenters accomplished narrative reports, and members of the LAC provided outputs and reflections. A LAC evaluation form is also accomplished to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the sessions and be a help for its improvement. Monthly reports are compiled by the LAC documenter assigned. During the evaluation of RPMS, it has been evident that LCBS-ES teachers improved in their crafts and become more resilient to the changing, developing processes of the new normal education. At the end of school year, LCBS-ES teachers' level of competence increased in distinguished level. Moreover, it also gives great impact in the proficiency level of the learners, gaining 84.00% from a 43.16 last school year 2019-2020. This evidently shows that learning action cell of Lieutenant Cipriano Villaferte Sr. Elementary School teachers with the management of the school principal, Ma'am Cheryl M. Lagang, and the cooperation of the stakeholders surpassed and won the battle and pledged to continually deliver quality education to the Filipino youth.
Our school's division superintendent, Dr. Reynaldo M. Giliana, says of 5, the 2 ASDSs, Dr. Jinky Ferman and Ma'am Marilyn V. Didoyo, our public schools district supervisor, Dr. Adeline Aigo, fellow school heads, teachers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Lorenzo Elementary School present this morning the preparation of LAC session. LAC session or Learning Action Cell is a session conducted by a group of teachers who engage in collaborative learning sessions to solve shared challenges, problems encountered in school. Based on the research, the Learning Action Cell is mandated in the DepEd Order Number 35 Series 2016. But before having this in school, we need to have the following. Write or send letter requests, permission from the Office of the School's Division Superintendent, Dr. Reynaldo M. Giliana, that we will be conducting LAC sessions every last Friday of the month, stating the time and the venue of LAC. But before writing the letter, we need to make LAC matrix because this will be attached in the letter request. The matrix could be like this. I have here the 6 columns, the objectives, the target, proposed activities, timeline, unit of measures, and key persons involved. For the objectives, we have monitor learners' progress in all learning areas, ensure to help the learners the most essential learning competencies. For the target, 75% of the pupils should pass the test every grading period. For the proposed activities, intensive monitoring and following the competencies. Timeline, every grading period. The unit of measures, test results, MPS, and frequency of correct response. The key persons involved are the pupils, teachers, parents, and school heads. I have here an example of letter request addressed to Sir Reynaldo M. Giliana, the school's division superintendent, Davao City Division. Sir, this is to request permission from your office to conduct SLAC, School Learning Action Cell, to all teachers to be held on every last Friday of the month, starting with October 29, 2021, at Lorenzo Elementary School Computer Room at 3:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. The following are the objectives of the SLAC. Capacitate teachers in identifying issues of instructions in their respective classes. Number 2, have a deeper understanding why we should monitor learners' progress. Number 3, deepen understanding on strategies utilized in every subject so that the pupils will pass. Number 4, improve the teaching learning process that will lead to improved learning among the pupils.
May this letter request merit your kind consideration and favorable approval. Attached herewith are the matrix and the schedule of the session per topic of the said LAC. Very truly yours, Gaudios Atubo, School Head, recommending approval, Adeline Aigo, Ed. Dis, District Supervisor. Approved, Reynaldo and Guiliana, CESO 5, Schools Division Superintendent, Davao City Division. Before the LAC session proper, we have to prepare the venue, the session hall, and see to it that there will be LCD projector and other needed materials. And in the LAC session, it should not be the school head will be discussing or facilitating. It depends upon the topics to be discussed, especially this time that we are having these online virtual meetings, submission of reports. Our school ICT coordinator has greater role, especially in utilizing Microsoft wares. She will be in the position in discussing that to the teachers so that the less literate computer teachers will know. Not only the ICT coordinators, but all the school subject coordinators. In our school, I will let the school subject coordinators to disseminate whatever topics they discuss during their meetings. Say for example, the Boy Scout last time, the BSP coordinators, that they need to have tree planting in school. So the school coordinators coordinated, the school coordinators disseminated the matters to other teachers and the parents. So we were having our tree planting in school. So that's all, and thank you.
In the DepEd, a learning action cell is a group of teachers who engage in collaborative learning sessions to solve shared challenges encountered in the school, facilitated by the school head or a designated LAC leader. LACs will become the school-based communities of practice that are positive, caring, and safe spaces. In line with the implementation of Republic Act No. 10533 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013, the Department of Education issues the enclosed policy on Learning Action Cell as a K-12 basic education program, school-based continuing professional development strategy for the improvement of teaching and learning as mandated in DepEd Order No. 35, Series 2016. Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School Planning Phase. The planning of activities of our LAC sessions was conducted last July 2020, conducted by Ma'am Marilyn D. Olaso, school head. After a thorough discussion, LAC plan of action was crafted. All efforts are given to put the ideas into action during the implementation of the activities. First on the list was choosing the appropriate learning delivery modalities via virtual meeting last September 11, 2020. A virtual LAC session regarding engaging activities and Project Watch implementation was done on October 23, 2020. Together with parents and other stakeholders, successfully went through the activities that advocate time consciousness and honesty. Another LAC session discussing LDM2 was held on December 8, 2020 on a face-to-face setup. During the conduct of the session, health safety protocols were strictly followed as to wearing of face masks and observing social physical distancing. With teachers' commitment and enthusiasm, LDM2 portfolio was creatively completed and passed as their output. Another session on ELLM program through pedagogy and bridging last January 8, 2021. Pedro P. Rodriguez, Technical Working Group.
The Department of Education issued the enclosed policy entitled the Learning Action Cell as the K-12 Basic Education Program, School-Based Continuing Professional Development Strategy for the Improvement of Teaching and Learning. In connection with this policy, Quirino Elementary School of Calinan District fully supports it, religiously conducting LAC sessions every month that jives with the school's consolidated training needs, matrix based on self-assessment tool. The school's LAC leader, Mrs. Ann R. Carillo, prepared a planning matrix approved by the school head and was presented to summarize the complexity of the session. Our LAC sessions were done through face-to-face but scheduled by batch with a minimum number of participants and through virtual meetings to ensure safety and health protocols. After every sessions, outputs were expected to be submitted by the participants, including the reflections on the day's session. All of the documents were collected, checked, and filed in a portfolio. Lock sessions like in LDM help the teachers to be fully equipped with their knowledge in the different modalities of teachings that holistically assist them in bringing quality education to the learners despite of the pandemic. These lock sessions support teachers develop and nurture their knowledge, attitudes, and competencies in terms of curriculum formation, instruction, and assessment. It also improves the teaching learning that will benefit the pupils in Quirino Elementary School. So what are you waiting for? Let us continue to support the lock sessions implemented by the Department of Education to achieve better quality education for all.
Education must continue. It was the battle cry of our educational leaders at the onset of the pandemic, which halted every sector in the society, a phenomenon that sets the world baffled at what to do next. The Department of Education then adopted the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or BELCP, which recognizes 3 learning delivery modalities: distance learning, blended learning, and homeschooling. The educational frontliners, the teachers who have been trained and used to have face-to-face classroom modality, are perplexed on how to effectively teach the students under the new learning delivery modality. Educational leaders and educators call for a massive educational upskilling and training to address the pressing issue. Riverside Elementary School, an institution that embraces the DepEd vision to be a learner-centered public institution that continuously improves itself to better serve its stakeholders, and an institution that holds to the principle that every dark cloud has a silver lining, strengthens and empowers the DepEd Order Number 35, Series 2016, the Learning Action Cell, as a K-12 basic education program, school-based continuing professional development strategy for the improvement of teaching and learning. Spearheaded by the school administrator, Mr. Melvin B. Gozo, and the assistance of the school LAC coordinator, Mrs. Dulce B. Andres, the school conducted series of steps to help teachers prepare themselves for the new learning delivery modality. These series of steps taken now comprises the school's pride, the Riverside Elementary School LAC Best Practices. Teachers are consulted and heard of their current needs and problems in the new learning modalities. The pressing issues that emerge to be urgent are confusion in preparing weekly home learning plan and instructional learning plan, no internet connection, lack of knowledge in using online platforms like Google Meet, Zoom,
Messenger, Google Drive, and the likes. And comprehensive knowledge in safety precautions and assessment strategies in current learning modalities. To guarantee safety among faculty members, the school utilized the readily available online meeting platforms in conducting trainings and short meetings. On a face-to-face trainings, the school adopted the parallel sessions for the safety of faculty members. Utilization of Katame in evaluating LAC sessions and utilization of online attendance for easy access. Teachers' opinions and suggestions are constantly gathered for improvement of Slack sessions. Slack sessions conducted have great impact to the teaching-learning process. Teachers are now adept in using online meeting platforms and now extended their use in monitoring and feedbacking to their student performance. PTA and SGC officers are invited during the Slack sessions for greater support and building collaboration among external stakeholders. Watch policy is integrated in Slack sessions, recognizing punctual teachers and proactive members. Slack sessions conducted are Teaching in the Information Age, Understanding Online Platforms. Slack sessions in LDM2 for teachers, ELLN, Basics in Preparing Weekly Home Learning Plan and Instructional Learning Plan, and Keeping Everyone Safe. Be informed with proper safety protocols. The current pandemic has tested the resilience of the faculty members in implementing the SBM principles, leadership and governance, curriculum and instruction, accountability and improvement, and management of resources. But with the guidance of the SDO, through their initiatives of trainings and webinars, the faculty members has been equipped with proper knowledge and assistance, which serves as weapon to continue our battle. Education must continue amidst pandemic. Sulong, Edukalidad.
I'm Mama Maricor.
And Rita Samia. Good evening.
Okay, tonight we will be telling you the story about the crocodile and the monkey. Okay, are you ready to listen?
Yes, Mama.
Okay, so once
Subasta Elementary School is one of the 17 schools in Calinan district. It is located in the midst of banana and pineapple plantation of big prominent companies, known in producing quality bananas and pineapple juice extract, and export quality fruits. Its stakeholders are the employees and employer of companies around the school.
One of the best practices in the SBM is the Slack session implementation. As stated in Deped Order number 35 series 2016, this is conducted by a group of teachers who engages in collaborative learning sessions to solve shared challenges encountered in the school. Thus, here in Subasta Elementary School ensures its teachers continuing professional development (CPD) within the framework of school-based management (SBM) and embodied in the school improvement plans (SIP) through Project Slack with the following objectives: 1. Improve the teaching learning process that will lead to improved learning among students. 2. Nurture successful teachers. 3. Enable teachers to support each other to continuously improve their content and pedagogical knowledge, practice, skills, and attitudes. 4. Foster a professional collaborative spirit among school kids, teachers, and the community as a whole.
Amidst pandemic, Subasta Elementary School registered a total number of 515 enrollment, managed by 17 dedicated teachers, supervised by Dr. Sulpicio B. Suico Jr. For the school year 2020, Subasta Elementary School registered a performance gap of 4.4 in survival rate with 92.31 accomplishment against DepEd target, which is 96.75%. On the same year, a 3.22% performance gap was recorded in completion rate, with 92.31% accomplishment against DepEd target of 95.53%. Based on the ESAT result, affecting factor was determined. One of the priority area that needs to be developed was indicator number 4, the lack of teaching strategies that responds to their linguistic, cultural, socio-economic, and religious background. To address this gap, Subasta Elementary School made an intervention, and that is strengthening the implementation of school-based learning action cell.
Slack sessions in our school has been helping us teachers in modifying and enhancing our teaching practices, as evident in the impacts, the improvement of teaching and learning process. This also has been contributing much to the development of our ethics and professionalism.
LAC sessions or learning action cells improves the learning and teaching process. It is also an avenue for us teachers to share our knowledge and expertise to our colleagues for the betterment of our pupils.
To ensure that the gap will be addressed, series of LAC sessions were conducted, which focused on how to improve management of classrooms, pupils' behavior, planning of appropriate learning resources that suits to the learner's need, and crafting of learning assessment that improve the teaching-learning process. After conducting the SLOC, it was also evaluated to see if the objectives of the said SLOC were achieved.
As As a school head, I should lead in organizing the slack, ensures the practice of politics regularly has been established, maintained, sustained, and most of all, I should take the lead in its monitoring of activities, evaluating its impact on the total school improvement.
With the ongoing pandemic, DepEd took an action urgently. Learning delivery modality is part of DepEd's learning continuity plan that ensured the delivery of quality instruction to the learners. It prepares the teachers for distance learning in this new normal situation. It helps them gain knowledge, skills, and mindset that were necessary in this new teaching and learning process. With the uncertainty around school year 2020-2021, Tamayong Elementary School had welcomed newly hired teachers assigned in our school. It was perhaps even more important to ensure that they were prepared to take on the challenges that await them. The school initiated in taking the first step of the newly hired teachers to start with the right foot. As the school's practice, they underwent learning sessions during School Learning Action Cell. First things first, they had a friendly conference with our principal, Dr. Mercy P. Barsales. She had given them necessary information and motivation that they needed to thrive in adapting to a new workplace culture. Afterwards, they had an orientation with our master teachers. They were being mentored with proper guidance that aimed at helping them meet performance standard during the transition into their teaching job in school. As they immersed themselves in teaching profession, they were confident to face the challenges with the help of the support system in school. They were given avenue for their professional development during our School Learning Action Cell.
DepEd Order Number 35, Series 2016, which is in line with the implementation of Republic Act Number 10533 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013, the Department of Education issued the enclosed policy entitled The Learning Action Cell as a K-12 Basic Education Program, School-Based Continuing Professional Development Strategy for the improvement of teaching and learning. With this policy, Wangan Elementary School, one of the schools in Calinan District, fully supports by conducting LAC sessions that chives with the school's consolidated training needs based on self-assessment tool. To improve the teaching-learning process, which will lead to improved learning among the students, LAC gives great benefit to teachers and students towards learning improvement. Through LAC sessions, teachers are trained to enhance their skills in the different aspects of the present curriculum, and most especially the how the classroom learning happened during the current pandemic. Wangan Elementary School conducted series of LAC sessions, particularly on LDM1, which serve as a guide to teachers on how to deal new normal classes, especially in the conduct on how to connect and communicate the learners in this time. Management in the education is a big challenge to both learners and teachers, as well as the school heads. The teachers were divided into groups and participated well during discussions and reportings through virtual and limited face-to-face meetings, following safety protocols, and religiously submitted LAC engagement reports and journals every end of the session. On the other hand, ELLN gives emphasis in teaching literacy and numeracy readiness of the K-3 learners. It gives the teachers different techniques and strategies in teaching literacy and numeracy. ELLN also provides activities that are appropriate to the learner's age and needs in their education process. Wangan Elementary School conducted ELLN regularly, participated, and completed every task given in every session. Feedback and evaluation were properly presented to the master teachers and principal for evaluation assessment. Through the application of these different techniques and strategies, Wangan Elementary School has gained increased reading performance and got 0 non-reader for the 3 consecutive years. During this time of health crisis, Wangan Elementary School continuously strives to respond and provide quality education for all.
Congratulations, dear presenters, and thank you very much for the great efforts you put into your works. At this point, we are going to hear a message coming from the 2 pillars of SBM, one coming from our district, and the second one is coming from the division office. The first one to give her message is the ever-active advocate of the SBM in Calinan District, the Public Schools District Supervisor, Dr. Adeline Aigo. After her will be Dr. Maria Luz Tan, Education Supervisor and SBM Coordinator of the Division of Davao City. Let's give them a warm virtual applause.
My due respect to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Rinaldo M. Giliena, CISO 5, our 2 ASDS, Dr. Jinky Bifferman, CISO 6, and Dr. Marilyn B. Didoyo, CESE, the 2 chiefs, Dr. Alma Cifra and Dr. Teresita Del Valle, SBM focal person, Dr. Maria Luztan, the school administrators of Calinan District, headed by the District SBM Consultant, Churil M. Lagang, to all the SBM school coordinators, headed by Lina Liton, the District SBM Coordinator, all ICTs, headed by Alex Apigo, Technical Working Group, all teachers of Calinan District, barangay captains and kagawads from the 16 barangays of Calinan District. Good day, everyone. On the onset of the pandemic crisis brought about by the COVID-19 virus, the second virtual SBM Summit must go on as usual with greater significance. As the saying states, it takes a village to educate the children. According to Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Education is a never-ending process because learning itself follows life process. In this activity, the SBM must operate in order not to sacrifice the education of our learners even to this pandemic crisis. SBM is a depth trust that decentralizes the decision-making from the central office and field office to individual schools to enable them to better respond to their specific education needs. In this second virtual District SBM Summit, we had just witnessed the showcasing of the different best practices from other schools, which involves 4 events: SBM, CI, Project Watch, and LAC session. I would like to convey my warmest congratulations to all the schools presented the AVP showcasing their best practices in their respective school. I am encouraging all the school to continue sharing your knowledge and commitment in providing our learners a remarkable, interactive, engaging distance learning experience by strengthening our partnership with our stakeholders through school-based management. Let us hold on together, work together, and unite together for the benefit of our learners. Because, according to Helen Keller, alone we can do less, together we can do much. My heartfelt thanks to all the people that I had mentioned a while ago and to the stakeholders who were one way or another made this second virtual SBM Summit a very successful event. This is ended the rationale of our activity today. Once again, congratulations to all the presenters in the second virtual SBM Summit and to all. Mabuhay po tayong lahat and God bless to everyone.
To our PSDS, Dr. Adeline Go, to all the school heads of Calinan District, teachers, parents, and stakeholders present in this call, a pleasant morning to everyone. Congratulations, Calinan District, for having this SBM Summit, which will become an avenue for showcasing schools' best SBM practices and to benchmark innovations. As to the context of SBM, because its implementation is dynamic, its practices cannot be boxed in a template to be followed by school heads. Every schools in the entire country and locality that practices SBM are well aware of its own context-based implementation. I would like to cite 4 important strategies in school-based management. Strategy 1, on power. Disperse power throughout the school organization so that many stakeholders can participate in the decision making. Strategy 2 is more on training. Make professional development an ongoing school-wide activity. If you will be sharing the leadership in the school, you must also equip the knowledge and skills of those whom you will be sharing the power with. On strategy 3, it's more on information. disseminate information broadly so that school-based management participants can make informed decisions about the school organization, and all stakeholders are kept informed about school performance. Lastly, strategy 4 is more on rewards and recognition. Frequently reward and recognize individuals and group performance on progress towards school goals. Schools where SBM worked use their SBM power in tandem with a commitment for ongoing professional development, effective information collection and dissemination, and a system of rewards for individual and group performance. In addition, this school also had strong leaders who led by creating ownership in a school's vision and by delegating specific projects and tasks. This successful SBM school had multiple formal and informal channels that has encouraged interaction among all the staff, high levels of skill development among various stakeholders, initiatives to include parents and the community in the school organization, and a concerted focus on learners' needs and accomplishments. To all the school leaders who have successfully employed these principles, congratulations, because you have raised the school SBM level of practice to level 3. And to those schools who are still in the maturing level, don't be discouraged because this is not a competition. Remember that SBM implementation is dynamic. Its practices cannot be boxed in a template to be followed by school heads. Every school that practices SBM is doing it on its own context-based implementation. Just keep in mind that the main goal of SBM is to improve school performance and student achievements, and that learning never stops. To end, always remember every day is SBM Day. Once again, congratulations and may God bless us all.
The SBM team of Calinan District is so thankful for all the cooperation of all the schools in Calinan District by participating in this SBM Convergence. Of course, it is rightful that you will receive your certificate of participation. Let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 11, Division of Davao City, Calinan District awards the Certificate of Participation to for its active participation leading to the successful conduct of the Calinan District School-Based Management Convergence with the theme SBM Bridges Literacy through Resilience and Continuous Improvement, held on October 26, 2021 at Calinan District, Davao City. Given this 26th of October 2021 at Calinan District, Calinan, Davao City, Philippines. These certificates of participation are awarded to Upper Sirib Elementary School, Tamayong Elementary School, Subasta Elementary School, Sirib Elementary School, Riverside Elementary School, Quirino Elementary School, Pedro P. Rodriguez Elementary School, Pangyan Elementary School, Lieutenant Villaferde Senior Elementary School, Lorenzo Elementary School, Lampianao Elementary School, Joaquin Elementary School, Dalagdag Elementary School, Kawayan Elementary School, Calinan Central Elementary School. Congratulations! This activity will not be like this if not of the cooperation and help of all the SBM coordinators of all Calinan district schools. Of course, we would like to give them the certificate of recognition, and here is the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 11, Division of Davao City, Calinan District, awards this certificate of recognition to, for his or her commendable effort and service rendered as school's SBM coordinator, leading to the successful conduct of the second Calinan District School-Based Management Convergence with the theme SBM Bridges Literacy through Resilience and Continuous Improvement, held on October 26, 2021 at Calinan, Davao City. Given this 26th day of October 2021 at Calinan District, Calinan, Davao City, Philippines. Signed, Lina L. Liton, Calinan District SBM Coordinator, Cheryl M. Lagang, Calinan District SBM Consultant, and Dr. Adeline I. Go, Calinan District Supervisor. Congratulations to the following SBM coordinators: Minda Miliado, Michelle G. Suliman, Roslyn T. Caldoza, Teresita A. Bukial, Geraldine A. Tanasas, Annabel S. Ugatillo, Ann R. Carillo, Roel B. Caldoza, Nora L. Guatno, Margie A. Jimena, Catherine M. Abad, Mary Jane U. Cagil, Maricel Graciano, Melinda C. Incabo, and Alex Apigo. Congratulations, everyone! Another set of certificates of recognition will be given to all the TWGs. Please, let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 11, Division of Davao City, Calinan District. Certificate of recognition is given to, for his or her invaluable effort rendered as members and head of the technical working group leading to the successful conduct of the second Calinan District School-Based Management Convergence with the theme SBM Bridges Literacy through Resilience and Continuous Improvement, held on October 26, 2021 at Calinan District, Davao City. Given this 26th day of October 2021 at Calinan District, Calinan, Davao City. Duly signed by Lina L. Liton, Calinan District Coordinator in SBM, Cheryl M. Lagang, Calinan District SBM Consultant, and Dr. Adeline I. Go, Calinan District Supervisor. Congratulations everyone to all of the technical working group for the success of the event, especially to Ma'am Lina L. Liton, Sir Alex N. Apigo. Congratulations.